There she goes. Oh, they start to stream stuff. Hello, I love you. Won't you tell me your name? God damn it. Gotta set that up here. I was hoping taking my bathroom break I needed before I went live was gonna take less time. That way my old fat ass would get on stream on time, but yeah, as I've said before, I'll say it again, calling nature and all that. Alright, just working my way through all this start of stream stuff. Y'all bear with me. You always do. I appreciate that. But remember, it's also Tuesday. My first scheduled stream day of the week. And for those of you who've been here a while, y'all know what that means. Those of you who are new, well, you're going to find out what that means. Oh. What do you mean you still didn't finish? Get Give me a minute. Finishing up a few things. I'll get to my chat here in a second. Catch up. All right. So while I was doing all this stuff, Momster, first off, you have to have a soul to steal. And I'm not so sure you do. Secondly, I think I'm fairly close to finishing this for my first run through. Well, technically my second play of it, as I did start an offline play, just to get a feel for the game, but this is my first actual complete run through, or attempt at a complete run through, regardless, one way or the other. So there's that. So if you're talking about me not finishing it, well, I'm working on that. Now, if you meant that, like, you haven't finished it, well, that sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. All right, so all that's handled and dealt with. I reckon it's so it's Tuesday, which means it is PSA Day. So we're gonna run through this right quick and in a hurry. So, for those of you who know, you already know. Those of you new to my channel and new to me and new to this whole thing that don't know, this is a politically based PSA intended primarily for Americans and American viewers, as it deals specifically with American politics and political system. So, that said, let's get to it. In this PSA, I'm going to discuss several major myths that we, the American people, have been brainwashed for decades into believing is the truth when it's not. And then, when that's done, I'm going to go through a two-part multi-step plan that, while it will not fix the problems we suffer from politically here in America, it will at least make a hell of a good start. So, bear with me. Now, ultimately, all of what I'm going to talk about today comes down to one thing. Leads all back to one thing. That one thing is establishment politicians. Now, we have been led to believe for decades in America that establishment politicians do not exist, that they are not a thing. But that's not true. Establishment politicians have always been a thing in politics around the world. The problem is in America, as in a multitude of other countries, over the course of the last 2 centuries, they have started to become more and more of a thing. Now, what I mean by that is this. Over the last, just as an example, in the last century, century and a half, so, about last 100, 150 or so years, the ultra wealthy have bought and sold more and more often politicians in the American political system in order to have those politicians accomplish the goals of the ultra wealthy, aka the top 1% bracket of wealth, not just here in America, but around the world, and fuck everybody else that what they're doing ends up hurting. They just don't care about the 99%. It's all about them and racking up more and more money for themselves that, they could never spend in a lifetime. All right, that's what it's about. So that's what an establishment politician is. By definition, it is a politician who is bought and sold by the ultra wealthy, not just in America, but around the world, in order to accomplish the goals of the ultra wealthy and fuck everybody else. Establishment politicians, at least what seems to be, based on what I've seen and heard and everything, their primary method of doing this is to talk a lot of shit publicly on both sides of the aisle here, while privately not really doing any of the things, or at least trying to do any of the things that they talk all that shit publicly about doing. Instead, and you could look this up, it's 5 minutes of research will get you all the information you'll need to know at any given point in time. Instead, what they do is they tend to pass a lot of bills, laws, regulations, etc., which help the ultra wealthy, allowing them to cut more and more corners, allowing them to make bigger and bigger what essentially comes out to be legalized bribes to buy and sell politicians, things of that nature. And they do all that out of the public view. They do all that essentially in a manner that they would consider secret. But this being the age of technology, the age of the internet, the age of social media, it doesn't take a whole lot of effort to look into what they're actually trying to do versus what they talk about wanting to do. Doesn't take a great deal. Well, what's up, Turtle Bear? I appreciate the raid. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? So that's what an establishment politician is. That's what they do, and that's how they do it. Now, moving on to the next point of my PSA, we're going to talk a little bit about two things that really dovetail one into the other. Those two things are the fact that we have been brainwashed into believing for decades in America that our votes don't count, and we have been brainwashed for decades in America into believing that we don't have any political power or political clout as the common American person. And neither one of these things is true. Neither one of them is true. They're both a falsehood. And there's some very simple, very easy proof that proves the point I'm making here. So let's start with our votes not counting. Now, based on the research I've done, and I spent, a little bit of time on this, looking up what I could there, and there wasn't much that I was able to look up, but based on what I was able to see and read, a politician running for any office in America requires a specific number of votes at a minimum to succeed in gaining that office. And it doesn't matter if they're running for the office for the first time or rerunning after not having been in the office for a while or running to retain the office. It doesn't matter. The fact is they're running for an office, and it requires, as best as I can tell, a specific number of minimum votes from the American people. Couldn't tell if there's any kind of system in place should a politician run for office and in the general election fail to achieve the required number of minimum votes. I couldn't tell if there was something there in place to handle that situation. I have to assume there's something for that, but that doesn't mean a whole lot. They've done a very good job as politicians of burying that specific information and making it difficult to find, and I just don't have the time or the patience to do the most likely hours worth of research that would be required in order to try to find a solid, valid answer to it. So this is partially conjecture, partially educated guess, partially based on what little information I was able to locate on the subjects and making inferences based on what I was able to locate. Now, if that proof isn't enough for you, here's another piece of proof which is even more solid. And that's this. You will notice that every election cycle, so once every about year and a half here in America, because we have midterm elections every couple of years and then presidential elections every 4 years. You'll notice that during these election cycles, what's up, bunny? That the politicians court specific groups, subgroups of Americans in an attempt to gain their votes. Like, that's what they do. And they ignore the other groups or subgroups of the American people because they don't care about those votes. They make that very clear. For example, Democrats tend to court the minority votes more often than not, and the woman's vote more often than not, whereas Republicans tend to go primarily after the white vote. They'll make attempts at minority votes for certain minority groups, but primarily they want the white vote. So they go after like suburban votes, city votes, things of that nature. And you have to ask yourself, if the common American's vote didn't fucking matter, the way that they have been trying to brainwash Americans into believing for decades, then why, in every election cycle for the last 150 years or so, is it that each party, Democrats and Republicans, court specific subgroups of the American people to gain their votes and ignore the other subgroups? If our votes didn't matter at all the way they've told us for decades, why do that? It doesn't compute. It makes no sense for them to brainwash the American people into believing that our votes don't matter, and yet every election cycle they court specific groups of voters' votes and ignore everybody else. There's a gap in the logic here that doesn't make any sense if that were true. And this applies as well to the fact that they have brainwashed Americans into believing for decades that we don't have any political power. We have no political clout. That's simply not true. I mean, the American Constitution in and of itself says it right there. We the people says, the people are the ones that decide who our leaders are going to be. If we don't like them, we vote them out. I mean, you don't really need more proof than that to understand how much of a lie these two things are when we are told that we have no political power, no political clout, and that our votes do not matter. It's just common sense, folks. And we need to start using that as a nation if we wish to course correct ourselves and put us on a path that will save the country versus essentially destroying it. So there's that. Next thing. Next up on the list is this. For decades, we in America have been taught, brainwashed into believing that at best our system of democracy disallows at best more than two major political parties. At worst, only allows two political parties, period. Again, this is not true. Now, the kick in the ass here is that this isn't codified into law. All right? There's no law on any level which specifically states that we are or aren't allowed a certain amount of major political parties and or political parties, period, in America. There's no law that specifically deals with that, to the best of my knowledge, as far as I can tell, based on what I've been able to research. And I've looked this up off and on for a number of years now. So it's not codified into law either way. But if you read at all anything that the founding fathers wrote after they founded this country, like if you read any of their papers, their journals, anything like that, one of the major points that they all agree on is that the intention for the founding of this country's version of democracy was to generate a sense of political competition, is I think the best way to word this, wherein major and minor parties would all have a fair shot. They could all produce a candidate. Those candidates would be allowed to run as long as they met the minimum rules for running for a political office of one kind or another. And this would provide the American people with a candidate that each individual American felt best suited that particular American, a candidate which the individual American, each one, felt would serve the needs, wants, and desires of that American. But for the last 150 years or so, ever since right about the end of the quote-unquote Civil War in this country, that's an entirely different subject I can get into at a later point if somebody wants to learn how I look at that based on historical evidence. Neither here nor there. Point is ever since about the end of the Civil War in America, we haven't had that sense of political competition. Because at about that time or shortly thereafter, Republicans and Democrats really started doing their best to stamp out any independent candidates and or parties that refuse to toe the Democrat or Republican lines. And I believe in giving credit where it's due, whether it's good, bad, or neutral. In this case, I have to give all the credit in the world to the Republican and Democrat parties because they have become incredibly good at doing this. A couple of examples that really drive that point home and prove it. Look at what happened to Ross Perot during his attempts to run for president back in the 1990s. Look at what happened with the Tea Party. Look at what happened with the Green Party. They all got stomped out by Republicans and Democrats. Every single time. We have not had, in my 45 years of life, we have not had an independent party and or candidate that's come up and attempted to make a run for a major office, specifically president most of the time, which the Republicans and Democrats haven't done everything they can to absolutely destroy and even prevent as much as they can from being on the ballots or being able to be in political debates during their runs for office. This is not good credit for them to have. And I would not be surprised, because I've been doing this for months now, every single week. I wouldn't be surprised if eventually my commentaries get back to the Republican Democrat parties. And at some point, they start coming after me to a degree because I'm letting them have it with both barrels and I don't give a fuck. I'm telling them the truth, and they're not going to like that. I wouldn't be surprised if they make attempts at some point, probably soon, to suppress me and my commentary because I'm telling the quiet parts out loud. But that's neither here nor there. Truth is the truth. And the truth is, we are supposed to have multiple major and or minor political parties in this country who each produce a viable candidate during every political cycle. And we don't have that. It's the way our country is supposed to run, but not, it's the way our version of democracy is supposed to work. But it's not the way it's being allowed to run. It's not the way it's being allowed to work. And that is scary and dangerous. But, we have power to change that. And I'll get into that here shortly. So let's talk about the next point. So in America, we've been brainwashed for decades into believing that we don't have any legal means to stand up for ourselves against the politicians and make our voices heard and fight back when they do things that we don't agree with and or feel are detrimental to us and to this country. But today, that is less true than it's ever been. And it's always been a lie. But it's a bigger lie today than it's been in the history of this country. Because we live in the age of the internet. We live in the age of technology. We live in the age of social media. We have more ways now to speak out and make our voices heard to our politicians than we have ever had in the history of politics on this planet as regards the human race. Because today we live in an age where communication is virtually instantaneous. It's as close to instantaneous as I honestly believe the human race will ever be able to achieve. And that by itself says something. If you sit and you think about it for a minute. That says something. So, not only do I very strongly encourage my fellow Americans to stand up and speak out and make your voices heard through every legal means we have at our disposal, I am begging you to do so. Because as it stands, the way our country is going, the path we're currently traveling, I honestly do not believe we will remain our own independent country for more than maybe another 50 years at most. I believe that sometime between now and the next 50 years, so, the mid 2070s, that this country is going to end up imploding and or exploding. We're going to have riots. We're going to have civil war. We're going to have extreme death and destruction. And we will no longer remain an independent country. That is the worst case scenario. The best case scenario is that we'll remain an independent country, but we will no longer be a democracy. It's really, at this point, those are the barrels that we're looking down in terms of where the end of this path will lead us as a country, as a people. And it's because Americans have gotten to the point where, and I don't like saying this, and I'm not trying to offend anybody by saying this, but I have to be logical and realistic when I look at things. It's just how I am. Things have to make sense. They have to connect point A to B to C, etc. And I'm looking at the state of the country now versus, the state of the country in previous generations and years and eras. And what I see really is frightening. Because right now, America is a country filled primarily with sheep. Sheep who do not want to do the research to become informed and educated on anything. Who just basically want to be told what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. But on the flip side of the coin, they want to bitch and whine and moan and complain about all of these things and more, while never actually making any reasonable efforts to change anything for the better or the worse, or just, either or. They just want things to be status quo, to walk that neutral path. They're afraid to get up, stand up for themselves, and speak out. And that's frightening. Because ultimately, we the people in America are the final political power. We are the final say in American politics. We have collectively more power than all of the politicians that have existed throughout the history of this country. Because we ultimately make the decisions on who's allowed into office and who isn't, which means inadvertently we are also making all of America's policy decisions, because those policy decisions are made by who we elect to office, and through them who they end up appointing to political positions in the government that you don't have to run to gain, such as secretaries of state or education secretaries, etc., offices like that don't require that you have to run a political campaign to gain the office. You are appointed to the office by the people who have to run for office in the first place. So even if we're not directly making the policy decisions ourselves, we are still responsible for the policy decisions that get made because we, the people, elect our own leadership. We are responsible for putting people in positions of power inside our government. And those people we put in those positions of power inside the government are the ones that make the policy decisions. So ultimately, if bad policy decisions are made, the American people are entirely responsible for it. It's called being an accessory. By law, we are held equally responsible because we put them in a position to make those decisions. So, just to be blunt and honest, if you don't exercise the rights, responsibilities, privileges, and duties of being an American citizen as regards our political system, then honestly, you don't have any fucking right whatsoever to whine, bitch, moan, and complain when shit happens that fucks with you because of these policy decisions that get made. If you don't stand up and do everything in your power legally to make your voices heard and to make the politicians understand that they're doing shit that we don't agree with and or feel is detrimental to the country, you do not get the right to bitch, moan, whine, and complain about anything. You just fucking don't. Because ultimately, in the end, the right to whine, bitch, moan, and complain about the state of the country is just that. It's a right, but it's not a fundamental human right. No, it's a right you fucking earn by participating in the political fucking process in this country. It's not handed to you on a platter. You earn it because you get up off your ass. You stop being lazy. You stop being a sheep. And you get up off your ass and you participate in the political system and you attempt to make a change to the best of your ability. If you can't do that, I don't want to hear you bitch. I will shut your ass down immediately if you are not participating in the political process, attempting to make a change, and then you bitch about the state of things. You don't get that right automatically. You earn that right. That's why for years, most of my life, up until about the last 12 years, I did not have that right. I did not participate in the political process. I did not attempt to make changes politically in this country. Now, sure, I complained, whined, bitched, and moaned a little bit here and there with my closer group friends at any given point, because that's just kind of what we did. But I didn't do it on this kind of a level, on this kind of a scale. Because honestly, for the longest time, I bought the bullshit that we've been brainwashed into believing. So I just let things go. I didn't understand that I, as a member of the American people, a common American, had the power to make a change. It took a lot of work by a lot of people on a lot of different levels in this country for me to learn that that's a power I possess. And it's a power I need to exercise if I not only want the right to whine, bitch, moan, and complain about the state of the country, but if I want to try to make a positive change in the country itself. So I exercise my rights to the best of my abilities. I participate in the political process, and I attempt to make changes to the country, which I hope will lead us in the right fucking direction. So, to end this section of my weekly PSA, that is my message to you, my fellow Americans. My message is, stop being lazy. Stop being sheep. Stop expecting everybody else to do the work for you that you should be fucking doing for your goddamn self, you lazy little shits. Get up off your ass and do the work for yourself. Holy fucking shit. People should not do your work for you when it comes to American politics and the American political system. You need to do that work for yourself. And if you can't, then you don't get a fucking voice in this country when it comes to making change, when it comes to whining, bitching, moaning, and complaining about the state of the country, or anything along those lines. You just don't get a fucking voice because you have not earned that voice. Get up off your ass and participate. Try to make a change. Exercise your rights, your responsibilities, your privileges, and your duties as an American citizen. That's my message to my fellow Americans. Now, let's move on to the final bit of the PSA. As I said at the outset, this is a multi-step, two-part process that won't fix immediately all the problems that this country is facing. It won't. It will, on the other hand, be a damn good start in pointing us in the right direction and having us start to walk the path that will lead us where we need to go as a country and as a people. It will at least start us on the path to saving America. Now, the first part to this two-part multi-step process harkens back to what I said earlier, what I was talking about earlier when it comes to independent candidates and or independent parties. And that is this. Find all of the independent candidates and or parties for which you are eligible to vote in any election in which you are eligible to cast a vote. All right? And dig through them until you find the young, progressive candidates. Honestly, when it comes to this part, political party isn't really all that much of a consideration, but the preference would be non-Republican, non-Democrat. That would be the preference, but it's not a requirement. The requirements are they are young and they're progressive, or at least they're running on a progressive platform. All right? Once you've accomplished this first step, the next step requires a bit of work. Now, just to define what I mean by young and progressive. By young, I mean anywhere between about 26 to about 49 years old. So, still young enough to have ideals, dignity, honor, etc. And young enough to most likely not be bought by the ultra-wealthy. By progressive, I mean they are running on a platform with policies that would move this country forward into the future. Policies such as the legalization of weed in all U.S. controlled territory for both recreational and medicinal use. Term limits for every single political and or politically related office. That means offices in the judicial branch as well. Policies such as holding their fellow politicians accountable when they do shit that they shouldn't do and or is flat out fucking illegal. Things of that nature. Those are progressive policies that would move this country forward into the future. Now, the next step is research the names that you come up with. Research their histories, their backgrounds, both personally and or politically. Because it's fine and dandy if they want to talk the talk about being progressive. Because in the end, that in and of itself, by itself, don't mean jack shit. It only means something if their personal and or political history backs up what they're saying. Take Bernie Sanders is a great example. So is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I think is her full name. I'm not sure if I said that entirely correctly. If I did not, I apologize. She is a personal hero of mine. But she's commonly referred to as AOC because her name can be kind of hard to remember on a regular basis. These two politicians are perfect examples. More so Bernie than AOC because, you know, Bernie's been there and done that for like the last 50, 60 fucking years in politics. But if you look into their personal and or political histories, both of their histories bear out that they are both incredibly progressive thinking politicians. So that's that's what I mean when I say look into the histories and make sure that the histories of these alleged progressive candidates that you find are actually progressive. If their histories don't back it up, then there's a 50-50 chance minimum that they're as progressive as they claim to be. And those just aren't good enough odds to put on these politicians to vote for. It's just not good enough. So once you've done that, the final step in part one of this plan is to get the names of these politicians out there on a nationwide scale, even a worldwide scale. And considering that we live in the age of social media, the age of technology, the age of the internet, that is easier to do now than it has ever been in the history of the human race and the history of politics within the human race. But doing this guarantees, almost 100% guarantees, that Republicans and or Democrats will not be able to squash these independent candidates and or parties and prevent them from being in debates and being on the ballots the way that they've been doing to independent candidates and or parties for decades. So get them known. Send emails to radio stations, newspapers, television stations, all that kind of stuff. Send phone calls to radio stations, TV stations, newspapers, etc. Send snail mail to radio stations, TV stations, newspapers, etc. Talk to your friends, your family, your coworkers, your communities, your local governments, all of that. Use social media, grassroots campaigns, all of these methods that we have available legally to make sure that their names are known as widely as possible. Use those methods. Now, once that's accomplished, we move on to the second part of this. And yes, I will agree, Second part of this is a pain in the ass. I agree. But it's a necessary pain in the ass. And it's what earns you ultimately the full right to whine, bitch, moan, and complain about the state of the fucking country. And that's to get up off your ass and fucking vote. All right? Because, again, going back to what I said earlier, your vote matters. 1,000,000% your vote matters. So not only do I strongly encourage you to vote, I demand and beg that you vote. A failure to vote means really that not only do you not have any right to whine, bitch, moan, and complain about the state of the country, but it demonstrates that you just don't really give a fuck about the state of the country and where we go from here. Not to be an asshole, but I'm not going to sugarcoat this either. If you don't vote, you can't complain. Because you're not participating in the process. You're not attempting to make a change. If you're not doing that, you don't have any right to complain. It's that simple. It's really that fucking simple. So that's the end of the PSA. Let's get into gameplay. Now, when I left off on Sunday, I had some new hunts that I wanted to do. Now, as I found out the hard way with this game, the descriptions they give here oftentimes are too vague to really find the proper locations. So I'm using a little bit of assistance to help locate the proper areas to travel to. In order to find the guys that I'm looking to find. These special creatures that I'm looking to hunt for. Goobermooch. Oh. I missed that dodge. The reason I'm not using this particular ability yet is I want to max charge it because this is a hunt, which means this creature is considerably stronger than the average. He's about the
strength of a boss or a mini boss. So I want to maximize the use of the ability in order to deal as much damage as I can manage to deal. Cool.
Your journey ends here.
Alright, in order to do, if I remember what that side quest is, I think I do. Let me double check it. Yeah, I'm going to have to proceed past the southern gate. And I'm going to guess that I have to proceed past this upcoming gate to proceed with the hunts I've got going as well. So let's go ahead and get to that southern gate. Bury the dying soldier's ring with his family's remains, as well as unlock some areas.
Come on. Don't tell me. The only way to the capital
is through that gate, just as you surmise.
There's an army down there, Joshua.
Yes, but I don't see any dominance.
Yeah. I could do this one though. So it says it should be right in this area.
Be safe.
Alright, so what I'm looking for should be in here. There we go.
Look who's here to meet us. Pity they don't seem fond of visitors.
Let's get that damage and defense boost on all my attacks for as long as I'm semi-primed. Get that health boost from that move. Again, we're going to fully prime this particular ability. In order to accomplish max damage using that ability. Dragonic Kamehameha. Pokemon in chat, folks. Get your Pokeballs out.
I've had warmer welcomes.
Alright. 2 on the list. Gotten some stuff out of it. Alright, yeah. I thought there was something here for me to grab. There we go. Now we're gonna go ahead and head back to the hideaway. Halfway, or half, because I want to just get a free heal out of it without using an item. Partially because, you know, I want to come check in, figure out what other hunts I've got left, where they're located, and what I'm likely to have to do to get to them. Alright, so I have to proceed through the southern gate for that. Usher to the underworld. Gilded Path or Kretov. Alright, so I could do this one. What's the other one that's left? The Blood Moon. Alright, so I could do both of these. These are both here on the main continent. Actually, we'll just go through Kretov. Or shit, that's not Kretov, that's Tabor. Damn it. Wrong place. Alright, so the location is over in Titan's Wake. So up in this area. Looks to be right about here.
No use calling Ambrosia now.
Yeah, I figured there was something up there. Oh, well. Fuck, I was going completely the wrong goddamn direction.
I can walk from here.
I gotta go through Kretov the other way. My bad. Ninja Chocobo Kick! Well, it should be in
Straight
this.
home now.
There she be. Thanatos.
Remember your friend, Tartaman. If it's me you want, I'm right here. Let's try.
Hey, I could do huge energy beams too, asshole.
Over here.
Come on, flame charge. There we go. One of my absolute favorite abilities so far in this game. There we go. Now on to the Blood Moon.
And don't. Back.
That's going to require that I come right up here.
Good girl.
Alright, so this is in an area I've been to once already for a hunt.
Run like the wind.
I think it was the Marlboro hunt I did earlier.
No need to ride from here.
Oh. A little bit too far in one direction. There we go. No, this was an... Okay, yeah, I know the one I did here earlier. I can't think of the name of it, but I remember it. Wait, I fought this fucking thing already.
Looks like we've woken something up. Only one thing for it.
This isn't the Blood Moon.
Too slow. Nice try. This
Oh. Huh. I guess it was the right hunt.
sweet dreams.
I fought something in that location before. It looked exactly the same. I wonder if they're just, for some of this, recycling creatures that you fight at some point, just reusing them, renaming them.
Nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
It's a wonder they made it back at all. I heard Odin was there.
Yes, Odin was. And I killed him. I'm quite proud of that.
How may I help you today, Clive? Is everything we've received and everything promised?
Alright. Pokemon in chat, let's get those Pokeballs on out. All 8 of you wonderful, lovely, beautiful motherfucking peoples.
Still alive, are ya? Coin purse weighing you down? It'd better all be here. Is that all? The stew's awfully thin these days.
Trouble with your gear, or what do you want?
Still 2 items away from making that.
No scratches,
Cool.
right?
The only thing I have left to make that I need right now is that. I'm working on it.
That it? Fine.
But got me a new piece of gear. Awesome. Alright. I have done all I can here. So it's the one hunt which I have to continue moving forward through the southern gate to get to by what I'm guessing based on what I'm seeing on this map here. I don't currently have access to the correct area. And we will use Ambrosia here, my beloved Chocobo, to go on ahead and speed my journey up a little bit.
Not another town soldier in sight. Then we end their suffering. finished. All yours, Torvald. Joshua, can you go on?
Do I have a choice?
Now you notice all those successful pinpoint dodges fill the meter up for this ability a lot faster. That's why I'm going in and doing those, so I'm not waiting half to 3/4 of the fight to get my meter up to pull off the ability. Oh, that's just fucking prime.
This one's bigger than the others.
That is going to basically wipe out the minions,
By the look of it.
leaving me with just this asshole to deal with. Love those abilities in combination. They're so good.
We can rest here if you like.
Don't worry. I'll be fine.
All right. Well, that's done. A quick save just to make sure.
Look, Clive.
By the Founder. The place is a fortress.
All right, is Alright, yeah, so this is the area I need. And it looks like should be right up over here. Kidding about this place being a fortress. Jesus. Oh, a lich. This should be fun. Flame charge into the Draconic Kamehameha wave. All just so I can come over here and figure out what that is. Oh, hey, Pokemon in chat. Pokeballs up. Get them up and out there, folks. Ah, can't go that way. Okay. Now I think I'm
No knights.
ready to go face this thing.
One could almost believe the whole kingdom had turned to Kashyyyk.
Whee! Whee! So this is the being that I seek. Looks like a variation on a coral.
That's no ordinary calm. Nice try. This one. Nice try.
I am the only one allowed to go Super Saiyan here.
This one. It's over.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Let's hope it was the last of its kind.
Oh, good. I got that. Yes. I shouldn't need more than a level 1 for these guys. Yeah, that's what I thought. You, on the other hand.
Nice try. Nice try.
That went better than expected. Ah, there it is.
I'll be able to
Okay.
see all the way to Stone here.
It's like I knew I was looking for like a grave site, but I couldn't see shit, and nothing was popping.
As fine a resting place as any man could hope for. Reunited with those he loves at last.
All right, we're gonna leave it on a pause screen for a short time because I have a need to go to the bathroom and grab some coffee. So, y'all hang tight. I'll return in a few moments. Be right there.
I do apologize for that brief interruption, but call of nature and all that. Y'all understand.
Does it bother you that we haven't heard a single human sound?
Everything about this place bothers me.
You know, gotta be honest, I agree with the statement. Everything about this region bugs the shit out of me.
The calm before the storm.
There's only one way into that city. Across the bridge. Through the main gate. Right into the midst of whatever is left of the late King's army. Are you ready for this?
As ready as I'll ever be.
That sounds ominous.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
Alright, so
Still alive, are ya? If you're gonna buy some, be quick about it. I reckon I can find a buyer. You got outhouse? I reckon I can find a buyer. I'll be thankful you got that much. Is that all?
The stew's awfully thin these days.
Trouble with your gear, or what do you want?
Three items away from that.
And?
I don't like the look or feel of this place.
What the hell happened here?
I dare not think. Stroke of good fortune, perhaps?
I hope you're right.
So do I.
An apt name for the location, I think.
The ether has claimed them all. Let's see what we got next.
Well, that was quick and easy.
It's a behemoth.
Who would be mad enough to tame such a beast?
Okay.
Stand back. Get up. Here it comes.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Uh-oh.
No! Stand back! I'll conjure a ward! Joshua!
Desperate times.
Clive, no!
Trust me. I'm your shield, remember?
Come on, baby.
I think this might be a job for Ifrit!
Why would you turn to him, brother? When we fight together.
Well, that was fun.
That wasn't too bad.
That was just the beginning.
Nice try.
Pokemon to check. Get those Pokeballs out. perfect time to semi-prime. Really? That's bullshit. Nice. Temporarily froze him. And he did himself in? Okay. Not exactly how I expected that to go.
Quickly, before we're cut off for good.
If it is like the others, the entrance to the inner sanctum will be at the foot of the crystal. We're almost there.
Alright, so I can port right back there, but I had to use... Oh, great.
Yo, Opie, coming in with the rain. Let's go. Opie, yo, let's go with that freaking rain, bro.
Alright. Tells me the direction I need to go to continue forward. That's fine. I just want to... make sure I'm not missing anything. Whee! Whee! Whole kingdom appears to have been turned into Akashic. And honestly, that's kind of a scary prospect. I do not like this, Sam. I am. I do not like these green eggs and ham. What am I missing.
How do we get through that?
Yeah. Like I said, I tried.
This gate here is open.
Run away fast now.
Yeah, but I just came through that gate. I thought.
Get surrounded.
Alright, so I gotta go that way, but there's something over here too. I'm gonna go check this out.
This might take a while.
There we go. so we know the direction I need to go. Just double checking. Making sure I didn't miss nothing. Because I am probably going to end up using quite a few potions.
Once we step onto that bridge, we'll be easy targets.
Then we better move quickly.
Aww, no more. Ooh, Iron Giant variation by the look of it.
Come on then. What are you waiting for?
Alright. Doesn't look like there's anything left for me to pick up.
Through the castle then.
I don't see any other way.
I will say, if you are prone to seizures and fits due to things like weird color flashes and shit like that, this is not the game to be watching. Because you have to have your head on a motherfucking swivel with this. There's lots of color flashes and other such things, so be careful. Don't need or want someone having like a seizure or a fit of some kind just because you're wanting to watch gameplay of this, but you have medical conditions that disallow it. Alright.
There we go! Back to back first, baby! Woo!
Alright, that's where I came from. probably need to go... Yep. At least they do leave a lot of potion refills just kind of lying around during these boss level runs. Oh, great.
Elton's corruption knows no bounds. We cannot allow it to spread any further.
Then we won't.
Those things are so easy to get that maxed out quick. Love it. That 3 ability mixture is so good. Look at how much damage I dealt to this damn thing with just those 3 abilities. And every bit of each of those abilities hit. That's the best part. Every bit of each of those 3 abilities was right on the motherfucking mark. I fucked that thing up so quickly. It was just a beautiful piece of work. That ability is really useful, especially against groups of smaller enemies like this. It just draws them in and deals a consistent damage over time.
Focus, Joshua. We're not done yet.
This one I'm going to charge max. Just because there is a fairly significant horde of these things. Well, maybe not fairly significant, but, you know, a decent sized horde. And it's just easier and faster to kill them when I have this ability max, because then it lasts for the maximum amount of time, does the maximum amount of damage, and allows for the maximum amount of hits. Okay.
Let's hope this works.
Oh, Pokemon in chat. Let's get those Pokeballs out, folks.
Of course there's more. There's always fucking more. Let's try. Let's try. Too slow.
Fuck these guys and their ninja abilities.
Let's try.
Clive, you must have summoned Ifrit. Not yet. So I should let the Bible fall to you? Yes, you should. Save your strength for the Mother Crystal.
Over here! Squirtle! Over here!
Fuck you, assholes! All of you can suck a dick.
What must it have been to grow so thin?
You don't want to know.
Get it! Over here!
Fuck you! Die, you big son of a bitch! I love doing that flame charge right in the middle of a stagger combo. It's so good.
There's no end to them. The whole bloody army's here. Stand back, Joshua. I'm summoning Ifrit.
Stop, Clive. You mustn't. We still have a long way to go. If you tap your strength here, you'll have none left to destroy the heart.
Then you'd rather die?
Looks like we just brought our own bloody army.
Jill.
Nice move. Way to go, Dion.
Surprised to see us.
How did you?
Gav. He told us exactly where you'd be. Even sniffed out a crack in the castle wall. And when we saw the heavens come crashing down, we had no choice but to believe him. It's been quite a day.
To what do we owe this honor?
A debt I would see repaid.
Prince Dion. It's good to see you well.
So, this must be Ifrit. Your uncle bade me give you a message. Listen to your heart. It will guide your steel true. Your father would expect no less. That is all.
Thank you.
For everything, Your Highness.
Dion, please.
You do realize the only thing we've freed so far is this wall from its foundations, right? Now, if your lord and ladyship's quite finished...
Well said, Gav. We have work to do.
Aye, that we do.
Don't suppose there's out I can say to make you change your mind. So I'll just tell you to stay safe. Now,
I plan to.
To losing the best customer, especially after letting us carry all this stuff all the way to Ash.
And we wouldn't want to anger old man.
I mean, You'll buy some at offers. You want us to make you something?
Damn.
It's all done then? No. Right on, here you go. Pleasure doing business with you. I think I counted that right. A pleasure doing business with you. I think I counted that right. A pleasure doing business with you. How else you don't need?
Shit. Well, I just fucked myself a little bit.
How else you need? Thank you. Right on, here you go. Thank you. Right on, here you go. Is there how else you need? Right on, here you go. Thank you. Right on, here you go. I was sure I had more of those. Thank you. Right on, here you go. Thank you. Right on, here you go. Thank you. Right on, here you go. Thank you. Is there how else you need? Thank you.
Yeah.
Right on, here you go.
Put some money into that.
You've got everything you need then? Reckon I did a good job. Did I do it right? Reckon I did a good job. Finished! I think. Did I do it right? Reckon I did a good job. Finished! I think. Reckon I did a good job. Did I do it right? I'll need more materials for that. Reckon I did a good job. Finished! I think. Reckon I did a good job. Finished! I think. That's 10 times better than it was before. I hope you like it. That's 10 times better than it was before. I hope you like it. That's 10 times better than it was before. Ah, I did it. That's 10 times better than it was before. You don't want me to make yours out else? I think I counted that
Hey,
right.
look, it's a ditto. Let's get those Pokeballs out in chat.
A pleasure doing business with you. How else you don't need? A pleasure doing business with you. How else you don't need? I think I counted that right. How else you don't need? I think I counted that right. A pleasure doing business with you.
Hey, I caught the ditto.
You've got everything you need then?
Alright, that's gonna go up another couple of levels. But I can't do anything with it now.
If Sid were here today, I reckon he'd be proud of you, Clive.
He'd be proud of us all. There is still much I would learn of your tale, once this day is done. Until then, all who might come between me and such knowledge shall answer to my spear. I do not envy them.
I like him. Prince Dion's such a great character.
Each parting brings the hope of reunion. I missed you, Clive.
I missed you too.
Yeah, you two just slept together not long before in this story, so of course.
I couldn't have made it this far without you, Torgal.
You see, Clive, we're not alone. If we are to win the day, we must all play our part. And ours. Ours lies beyond those doors.
Let's do this!
Sid's dream, our dream, is within our grasp.
We need only endure this final trial, and we shall. Together.
You all know what it is that awaits us beyond this gate. And we shall face it together.
Aye.
It seems our hosts would rather we remain. I will stay them.
We will stay them. Go!
Just don't keep us waiting.
Thank you.
Hello, Ultima.
Welcome, Sons of Fire.
No! No!
Oh, I plan to.
Joshua! Joshua! Wake up!
Clive, is that you? This isn't Stonehenge.
Welcome to our darkness. A rift between worlds wherein your kind might reflect.
Show yourself!
Grave and many are the sins of man.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Have you know them? All of them. As fate has seen fit to deliver you home, consider this our welcoming gift.
It would seem we are trapped.
And the only way out is through Ultima. We find him and we leave.
Alright. Well, I have a need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to go satisfy that particular need. And I will leave it here. And then when I get back, I got to grab coffee. Then we'll get back to this. So, y'all hang tight. Cat? No.
learn to stop creeping on me in the goddamn bathroom, you little creepy fuck? That is the most disturbing part of a cat's behavior, I think. Boy, you had better not be fucking with those games that I got sitting down there. You stupid little shit. I will throw your ass on the patio. Like I'm fucking playing with you.
If you are to comprehend the full extent of your transgressions, we must go back to the beginning. When the world was still young, we visited upon it a miracle, magic, and in its light did all life flourish. Yet the price for this boon would prove heavy. A pall descended upon the land, painting the horizon black as night. Though we labored to forestall its spread, in this one endeavor we stood powerless. And so we fled, that we might endure, that we might discover a means of salvation.
What if it was magic that caused the blight? What of the mother crystals?
I expect he'll tell us soon enough.
Like some weird goddamn sounds coming from around here. And give me a minute, I'm trying to deal with something real quick. Something Discord related.
Stop it. Get some help.
Pokeball in chat, folks. So, we're getting some more back history for this Final Fantasy world, it sounds like. I've suspected for a long time that there was a possibility, a very strong, not just a possibility, but very strong probability even, that Ultima had something to do with the creation and most likely the maintenance of this level of reality, this world for Final Fantasy.
First, we would require a land unvisited by the stain of corruption. An unprecedented journey lay before us, one beyond the limits of our fleshly bodies. And so we cast them off. Thus, stripped to our very spirit, did we find our new paradise. A land as pure as driven snow. Valisthea. There would the true work begin. For the black crept yet behind us. And soon did we arrive at a solution. The illness having spread to every organ, there was but one escape from this fate. To start afresh.
With a new world. The one for which Barnabas labored. A paradise free from the blight where his god awaits. And where, if we only forfeit our wills and abandon everything we hold dear, humanity can join him. So, Ultima would have us follow in the footsteps of the king.
And follow we shall. For now.
And now it's sounding like they came from... They're not even from this world. They're from an entirely different world of Final Fantasy. Entirely different plane of reality in the Final Fantasy multiverse. That's interesting.
To forge a new world would require not only power, but a constitution strong enough to wield it. Acquiring the first would be simple. Untouched by the blight, Valisthea was replete with ether, and we had only to place jewels in her crown to claim it. Acquiring the second, however, demanded creativity. And so I cast forth the seeds of humanity.
You created us.
Is that not what gods do? We sowed the seeds for you, Muthos, all that you might one day blossom. And our future thus secured, we thought to slumber, though that would prove a grave mistake. For it was as we slept that man committed his greatest sin. He awoke. Alone in a world bereft of his god's radiance, he stumbled blindly, desperate for guidance. Finding no light, he sought to gather his own. And from that single errant impulse was his will born. Having discovered himself at last, man turned his eyes inward and found he desired evermore that which only magic might afford. So wars were waged and brothers slain for custody over that dwindling resource. And the land, she wept tears of black.
He would condemn us for this. Surely he cannot be so blind to his own hypocrisy.
Not blind, just unwilling to admit the truth.
Comes out to about the same thing, Clive.
But we're one and the same.
One who is unwilling to admit the truth of something, despite the fact that the evidence is basically beating his ass, essentially is blinding himself. He's just doing it purposefully rather than unintentionally or accidentally. C. The MAGA moron cultist. C. Donald Trump. Aha, worked a little bit of political satire into this. Haha, with some facts. Haha, I'm fucking smart. Haha.
Is that
Ifrit, or what's left of him?
Long have our ashes lain cold for want of a spark. Cast your eyes upon them and see what you must become. Valisthea cannot endure a second claim upon her being. The avarice of man drives her ever closer to destruction. But she may yet be saved by you. It is what you were born to do, why we nursed you and fed you, as your own mother should have. And now that you are fully grown, our Muthos, it is time at last for you to serve your purpose.
to right your wrongs? If our sin is wanting to survive, then you are as marked by it as we are. The fault is yours. Our wills were born because you abandoned us. And now, you would have us forfeit them. All for a place in your new paradise.
Do you imagine yourselves worthy of one? Mankind has no place in our world. Is this truly so difficult to comprehend? We only ever require you, Muthos, when the time comes to bid this wretched realm farewell. None shall follow, none shall remain.
What do you mean, none?
This is our world. Once the land's rebirth is complete, humanity will have served its purpose. Why would we continue to suffer that which has caused us so much vexation?
Because the land doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us all!
What? That is where you are mistaken. You own nothing but your precious will.
Brother.
I can't do this alone.
And you don't have to.
I grow weary of your descent. Now you must learn that this master will not tolerate disobedience.
My friends, my family. We have all...
Give me a minute.
Suffered, or fought to survive. This world may be flawed. It may be broken. But it's all we have. And if we can't share it, I see only one other choice. You have to go.
You may have created us, Ultima. But it's time we lived on our own terms. This isn't your world anymore. It's us.
Bow down, offenders, hearts disdained.
Football's in chat, folks. There we go.
Such foul attaint may not be sublimed through gain-standing. Only with heads hung low is penance paid. O wretched mortals incapable even of contrition, in fitting season shall we reap our harvest.
Oh yeah, the increased damage, baby.
Gifted this chance, and still you would raise your hand against the Lord.
What now?
The darkness bends. He means to end us.
It wouldn't be the first time. But let's make it his last.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us. Kneel before us.
Oh yeah, that increased damage, baby.
At last, for countless generations, have we awaited this moment. Your struggles have made you strong, yet your soul remains heavy with sin. Absolution is nigh. Repent, and all shall be forgiven.
If I wanted your forgiveness, you son of a bitch, I'd have said so.
Tell me, Clive, how many lives have you saved since taking my name?
Fewer than we have ruined. Wherever we go, we leave a sea of tears in our wake.
These are the wages of your will, son.
What good are our choices when all they ever bring, all they will ever bring, is death?
There's no atoning, Clive. No matter how hard you try.
So why not leave it all behind?
Leave it all behind.
Please, won't somebody save me? Won't anybody love me?
I yearn, yet still she is not mine. Have I not given enough?
From will is born desire, and it is this which consumes you, rendering you incomplete.
Do you not see how the world bends and warps under the weight of your hungering hearts?
What if it could all just go away?
Just go away.
this is real. Wake up. It's time to go home, Clive.
Clive.
That's right. You're my brother.
Brother.
Come. Remember who you are.
Clive.
Once more, lest you forget.
My name is Clive. Clive Rossfield. Look, Ultima.
Even here, the light of the vessel's will cannot be quenched. And the Phoenix, his trespass should not have been possible. Not possible unless he has been with Muthos all along. The mark of the Phoenix, emblazoned upon his heart, made manifest by the power of will alone. The power of creation. Can it be? Are their wills truly so potent?
Are you still talking? Our flames burn as one!
This is no mere evolution, it is deviation. And herefrom does Logos rise.
Ah, ashes to ashes, trophy earned. Damn it, I missed that one. I escaped the darkness. Give me a minute. I'm trying to deal with something, chat. Hey, Momster, are you still in my channel? Oh, hey, what's up, Death Knight? Okay, it's not sure where the hell that's at.
This may take a little bit, folks. Okay. Now, how do I do this? I didn't even know he had been. I don't even recognize that fucking name. Shut the fuck up, cat. I'm trying to do something. God damn it.
MS_Beach_Girl said, Poke Bailey. Replied to Chumbawamba TH3_H3CK emoji disappointed. Okay, I'm sorry I laughed at you, spoiler. Pokemon Community Game replied to MS_Beach_Girl MS_Beach_Girl. Better luck next time, you got a common reward. Emoji rarity_common emoji rarity_common emoji rarity_common emoji rarity_common emoji. L33TH4L said DM me please. Make love, not Warcraft. Push Code Bowl Specialist said. Brannon said I'm off of something. Starfleet said DM with offers.
God damn it, I'm trying to figure out something and it's just... I hate technology sometimes. Okay, chat, I apologize. I was trying to handle a specific situation for something, and I need to do a shout out because he snuck in and did fucking tell me he was here, you asshole. And then holy shit, she has a habit of doing this too. Damn it, Nova. When you guys come into my channel, the least you can do is fucking say hello. Oh shit, sorry, that's that wrong thing. It's one of those goddamn nights, chat. Pokeball's out. Now my PC is deciding it wants to act up. Okay, Daniel, I don't remember what servers we share. I need you to DM me on Discord today. We need to have a short conversation about something. Nothing terribly bad. Don't worry about that. Like it's nothing bad. We just need to have a conversation.
Your mouth and your controller? Mouse. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Are we already using our mouth? It's not that late. I thought that was later in the night.
Do you need me to drive? I can't get out. Oh, wait. Alright, you drive.
Yeah, I'm coming down here because we're living with two people. You guys take care of the car. I'm coming over.
Oh, they're there. They're there.
Damn it, Clive. Wake up. Sorry to wake you, but I think it may be time to leave. This place.
I apologize for that. That wasted a whole lot of fucking time. I was trying to... It's a situation. I don't need to go back into it. Let's just say that I'm hoping it's fucking handled, but I don't know.
And once again, does my creation stray from the path laid before it. Steeped in conceit, you fancy yourself a god. You embrace Logos. But we will put an end to this hubris.
What are you talking about?
In the halls of origin, does our true power quicken. And there shall you be made complete. Soon, Mythos, soon you will discover how little you know of suffering. And so the crystals are no more. Yet in their silence, a new song rings. Its chorus building, a crescendo as it enters its final movement, stirring those long aslumber to waking. And back to their origin.
Okay, that's ominous sounding. All right, I gotta pause this because I really need to run to the restroom real quick, and I'm gonna need to grab some coffee. So just give me a couple minutes. We'll get back to this and hopefully beat this before the end of the day. Whew. Well, this doesn't look fucking good.
Bloody crystal's cracked. So where the hell are they?
Oh, fuck me.
Is that ether?
What in good Grieger's name is going on?
This is wrong.
Pokemon in chat.
Clive! Joshua!
Jill!
Get your footballs out.
Is everyone alright?
We're fine. What happened?
Too much to explain here. Mate! We're leaving! Now! Everyone, fall back to the ship!
I will be with you anon.
Thank you.
So maybe I'm not at the final battle yet. I gotta be close though. And that's fucking new. That's disconcerting.
I need to tell everyone what happened at Drake's Spine. And I'm going to need Otto's help.
There's something about it. I feel like it's...
Twinside's hundreds of leagues away. That'd mean the crystal...
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
I'm
Come
only
again.
20 off.
I may have more for you.
Clive! Anything catch your eye? Seen enough?
Clive, allow me to educate you. One must understand one's place in the world. Thus ends today's lesson.
Ah. Targle. Targle. Targle mighty.
Clive, going purse weighing you down? It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know. Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
What do I owe the honor? So, what'll it be?
Yeah, I fucked up my chance of getting that in this one. Sold some shit I did not mean to sell.
No scratches, right? Not best work, but it'll do. And?
All right.
Knowledge hoarded is knowledge lost.
I could agree with that sentiment.
Some new entries, if you would like to see them. What subject shall we consider today?
All right. So that got me halfway. I wonder with that thing, I wonder what the max is. All the stuff here I can do for now, I think. I'm going to check on the hunt thing just to see if something popped. I don't expect it has yet. Yeah.
Still alive, I see. Something tells me that eyesore on the horizon is your doing. How'd you manage that?
It's a long story. One that I'd rather only tell once.
Right. All hands on deck then.
this, everyone. As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Varisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well,
the Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canva is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the Cursebreakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
Yeah, that's about right.
But the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new Mother Crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the Blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
And as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archay above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of Origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we going to manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right. That's right.
Go on, then.
Get
off. Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, right?
Thank you. Joshua seemed upset.
All right.
Back again? Allow me to educate you. One must understand one's place in the world.
Alright, nothing new. Didn't figure there would be. got to be in-game content here, is where I'm at.
Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
That may be, but a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it, it won't be easy. It may take generations, centuries of suffering. And that is, if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. You certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember.
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes? I'm still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings? Lest you forget,
I'm the
you go
Pokemon
to
catch.
stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
Aye, he does. He does.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
Assuming anybody's alive to do so. That's the scary part here, folks. We can't guarantee survival of anybody.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to, does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill. I only hope she understands that.
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the raid together.
I'll be waiting.
It's almost time. Better make sure I haven't forgotten anything. What is it this time, Torgal?
Gotta make sure the bestest boy is in the bestest conditions.
Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
Hello, Uncle Byron.
Thank you, Uncle.
As for down here... Clive, my boy! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control. Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many. But in my estimation, there are two key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand, it's every man and woman for themselves out there. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes? But such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. but I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Havel.
I thought he was retired.
He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more capable. Literally. And as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him on the matter.
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind, do you, my boy?
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dhalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you forthwith.
Excellent. Thank you, Uncle.
No. Thank you, Clive.
All right.
First the skies, then the crystal.
Say what you will.
Hello, Torgal.
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want that iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he was looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Where to then, Torgal?
Gonna pick up a bunch of side stuff, probably multiple hunts.
What do you think happened to Miss Middleton?
Sid, you have to help us.
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No. Well, yes. But that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Mididol. She's been acting strange. Very strange. She's barely ever around.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there. Her head's in a crowd.
In the
Cloud.
clouds.
That's what I said. In the clouds.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind. When did you last see her?
Not long ago. Right after she got back from saving you from Stoneir.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way there and back.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around Miss Mididol's
Like
intentions.
they have room to talk.
Don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise, you could put it back together, couldn't you?
But who's gonna put Miss Mididol back together? She seems really sad.
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
You do that? For us? She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him. It's not a real dungeon.
Thanks for the warning.
Well, I'm right by here, so
Mid, if you have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will.
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. They're worried about you. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so I'm gonna do something about it. The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them? But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost. First, I need to make a prototype.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if a godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'd be happy to take it. First, I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the Tub and Crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordil. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the Curse Breakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
I should speak with one of the Curse Breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
says something down here. It has to be up some stairs then, I think.
mentioned a new project yet? Not exactly.
Yep, there we go.
I will not let them be forgotten. Sid, may I have a moment?
Of course.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I've been with the Cursebreakers for some time now, and I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
No. The lands across the Narrow are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage. The Badbach Conservatory. Or rather, I was held captive there. It was not a place of nurture. It existed solely to turn bearer children into mindless weapons. We were tortured until we feared no pain. Tormented until our hearts turned to stone. And few ever survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many. I can't even remember all their names. But they must be remembered. They cannot fade away, faceless and forgotten. The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured, every name recorded, every death logged with meticulous care. Cid, allow me to travel to Ash and recover the registry so that my brothers and sisters might live on.
You were a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
Cid, please. Even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. But not for me. I'll go to Bad Bach and find the registry.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Vida Grace. Hidden in a forest, overlooking the plains.
All right. I'll see what I can find there.
May the mothers guide you.
Okay. Well, this is going to be an interesting set of side quests. And I'm hoping some of what I'm going to pick up here for side quests is going to be related to the DLC content, which I have.
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
Cid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Cursebreakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for.
Goddamn coffee runs through me like crazy. I gotta go to the bathroom. I've been trying to hold off, do all this, but I'll be back in a few minutes.
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Caesar. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
Northreach. I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
Good Lord. I love my coffee, but like my innards need to be better about handling it, cause goddamn. That shit ain't right.
Ah, Clive. Of course.
Ah,
Another time.
not what I wanted.
Ah, Clive. This is it then, brother. Indeed.
Well, give her a shout out. And hello, Speedy.
You're wrong.
Good.
Of course.
Joshua, what's wrong? And don't say nothing.
It's not nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will, or something akin to it.
His will? How? And where?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but... would you join me?
Of course. Let's find out what Daddy Dearest wanted.
I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I'm ready to leave when you are.
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. She found some way to send me a letter. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When Ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now.
Oh, you
I'm
have?
well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed. I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
We'll go together.
Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, but we travel together. And we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls, just beyond the portcullis. We should head there as quickly as we can. I only pray there are still bearers alive to save.
As do I, Doris.
Alright, a few more things to take care of or pick up.
Alright, Torgal. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years.
That would mean he'd be in like his 30s, maybe 40s at this point.
Ah, Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Hippocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
And you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies. One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers. A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or, so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the Executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the Executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the Executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
My hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the Executors are rife among the Scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the Strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned.
I may have already killed the
Though
guy.
he did not mention it by name. It is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
Alright, almost all the stuff here I could do for side quests. I need to head back out this way regardless.
Moonside's hundreds of leagues away.
All right, Sid. Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm. Any ideas?
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better. You know what an adamantus is?
I do. And I know to give them a wide berth.
No, I don't.
Do.
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumor of an ancient adamantus down in Karava, near Ulbidza. All what's left of the village anyway. But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Huh. Actually, a tad bit on the surprise side. I would have figured there'd have been some,
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Quick look.
some hunts that have come up at this point.
Always something in there.
Alright, so we're going to start tomorrow here in Tabor. But it's that time of the night. We're going to raid out to Reaper of Fear 007. Playing Resident Evil Village. So, y'all be good to yourselves, each other, the planet. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and duties of wherever you happen to be from. As streamers, show that love and respect to your viewers, because while we could do this job without them, it wouldn't be any fun. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers you watch, because we really appreciate that, and it really does tend to make our day. And I will be back on stream tomorrow, as I am every Wednesday. So until then, this is your immortal Sith Emperor, signing out.